A church bell, somewhere off in the dark, has rung the day to its close, and the last of it fades over the cold fields around you. A row of low thatched roofs stands black against a cloud-crossed moon, each settled over its own banked warmth. Under one of them, a hand rakes the embers into a heap and draws the cold ash over them like a gray blanket. Not to kill the fire, but to keep it quiet and safe until morning. If these quiet nights are the kind that help you sleep, you are welcome to stay and welcome to subscribe, but only if you truly find your rest here. Wherever you are, let the evening settle over you too. Dim the lights around you. Let your breathing slow and lengthen. Let the day loosen its grip, one small care at a time, and let your eyes close whenever they grow too heavy to hold, and when they do, imagine you are stepping onto the cold, packed earth of a village lain, 7 centuries asleep. The thatch black above you, the moon behind thin cloud, every door barred and shuttered for the night. Tonight, we stay the whole night through, a medieval village in the deep of autumn, from dusk to dawn, through both its long sleeps and the quiet hour that lies between. So we begin where the day ends, at the covered fire and the closing of the doors. The last of the light is going out of the fields. It is the back end of autumn, in the low country of the English Midlands, and the day has been short, gray since noon, and colder as it thinned. Along the open strips, the stubble stands black and wet, and the ploughland runs off into a dimness with no edge to it. In the village, the low roofs of thatch have gone the color of the sky. Wood smoke lies along them, not rising much, held down by the damp. Somewhere, a gate knocks once against its post. The year is turning toward the dark, and the village, without hurry, has begun to close itself for the night, for the light is quite gone. The beasts are brought in. The oxen come slow across the yard, plain unmarked animals on rope halters, their breath showing in the cold, and they are put into the byre, for here, in this eastern country, the byre stands apart from the house, a low building of its own, a few steps across the yard. In other parts, men and cattle keep one roof between them, not here. Here you will hear the oxen in the night, only if the wind sets the right way, a hoof shifting on packed earth, the long pull of their breathing. The byre door is drawn to and pegged. The warmth of the animals is shut in with them to keep till morning. Above the roofs, the church tower stands a little darker than the sky, square and low, the one shape a person steers by after dark. If a bell sounds now, it is the church's own, and it says only what the failing light has already said. The day is over. In the towns, they rang such a bell each evening, around 8, some places 9. And gave it a name that has come down to us as curfew. Out here, no one needs telling. The dark is signal enough, and the bell, if it carries this far at all, is a small thing rolling out over wet fields and losing itself in the wind. The sound thins and goes, and the tower is only a shape again against the last gray in the west. Inside, the fire is still up. On the open hearth in the middle of the floor, a low flame works at the last of the evening's wood, and over it, on an iron hook, a pot gives off a thin steam that climbs and loses itself in the dark above. There is no chimney to draw it. The smoke finds its own slow way up through the roof. This is the heart of the house, and has been all the day, the one warm place, the one light to work by, the fire that cooked the pottage now going cold in the bowls. For a while yet the household sits close in the red moving light and lets the day settle out of them. Then, before anyone lies down, the fire must be seen to. Seeing to the fire is the last work of the day, and the most careful of it. A hand takes up the short iron rake and draws the burning wood inward in toward the center, until the separate flames fall together and sink to a single heap of glowing coals. The flames go down. The heat stays, coming off the heap in a steady, even breath. This is not putting the fire out. No one here would put a fire out who could keep it alive, for a fire once lost is an hour of cold, fiddly work to make again. What is wanted is a fire kept, banked low and quiet and safe, still living when the house wakes in the dark hours before dawn. Then the ash. From the cool gray rim of the hearth, it is drawn in and laid over the heaped coals, a soft, even layer of it, until the last of the orange is put out of sight. Where the coals showed red, there is now only a low mound of ash, dull and still, with the faintest warmth breathing up out of it. Starved of air beneath their cover, the coals can no longer flare. They can only smolder, slow and low, holding their heat through the whole long night. Warmth kept, flame killed. It is the plainest skill in the house, done at the end of every day of every life here. And it is the one that keeps a home of timber and thatch from burning while it sleeps. In some houses, there was a made thing for this, a domed cover of earthenware, plain and unglazed, with a small hole at the top, set down over the banked coals to hold the ash in its place and keep any stray spark to itself. In a poorer cottage, there was no such object at all. The ash alone did the work, drawn over by hand as it had always been drawn. Either way, the end is the same. The fire is put under its gray roof for the night, and the middle of the house, which was all evening a place of moving light and warmth, becomes a low, dim shape with the dark settling quietly over it. With the flame down, the smoke thins to a single blue thread and climbs alone into the roof. There is no chimney to take it. It seeps and gathers under the thatch, where years of it have blackened the timbers and the underside of the reeds to a hard, shining soot. Wood smoke is the smell of the whole village by night. It soaks the wool, the hair, the very walls, and beneath it lie the others. Damp earth, wet thatch, the tallow of a guttering light, the beasts across the yard. The room has gone dim and brown and close. Above, in the dark you cannot see up into, the roof keeps the day's warmth and the day's smoke together, and lets neither of them go too soon. Now the openings in the walls. They are not windows as we would know them, for there is no glass here. Glass belongs to the church, with its colored saints, and to the manor house up the lane. A cottage has only a few small square gaps cut in the daub, and over each a plain wooden shutter on pegs. One by one they are drawn across and made fast, and with each one the night is shut a little further out. The cold cannot come in at them now, nor the wet, nor whatever moves about in the dark. The house closes the way an eye closes. What little light is left is all its own and stays inside, with the people. Last of all, the door. It is a heavy thing of boards, hung plain, and it is closed against the night and held there by a wooden bar dropped into two brackets across the inside. No lock, no key, only the bar, which is enough. There is little in the house worth the taking, and every soul who might come knocking in the night is known by name. The bar is set less against people than against the plain weight of the dark, and the cold and the wind, which would lean on the boards all night and work their way in at the edges. With the bar down, the house is whole. Within its one shut room, the family is gathered. The beasts are folded away across the yard, and the fire is sleeping under its ash. That covering of the fire gave the whole hour its name. Couvre-Feu, in the French of the day, cover the fire. It came into English as the word we keep still, curfew, though we have long forgotten what it once asked of us, and it turns up early, written into the London statutes of 1285 as couvre-feu, the covering of the fire. The clocks, who kept their rolls in Latin, had their own word for the same small act, ignitagium, the fire. Cover. Grand names, all of them, for a handful of ash drawn over the coals by a tired hand at the close of a working day. The words traveled far and lasted long. The thing itself never changed. Cover the fire before you sleep, so the house is closed and made safe and given over to the night. In the last of the rushlight, the single room shows itself plainly. The black pot cooling on its hook, the tools of the day hung on their pegs along the wall, a sickle, a coil of rope, an ox halter, a basket or two. The daub walls, the beaten earth underfoot, swept firm and hard. Nothing here is fine. Everything here is known and worn smooth to the hand, and enough. The low warmth of the banked hearth spreads even through the room and holds the cold back at the walls. There is nowhere else to be now, and nothing left that must be done. The day's work is folded up and put away with the tools. Down the single lane, the houses stand in a low black row, humped under their thatch. Every one of them shut fast, and here and there, at the edge of a shutter or under a door, the thinnest line of ember light shows, and then is gone, the last warmth of 100 banked fires. Step outside a moment, into the cold, and the whole village is about the same work at the same hour, kept behind the walls. The church tower holds its place above them, dark against a sky, only now coming out in faint stars. The wind moves over the thatch, long and even, with nothing to break it. There is no other light anywhere, no lamp on any path, no glow along the far horizon, only dark fields, dark roofs, and the cold settling down. Back inside, the last of the light is let go. Someone pinches out the rushlight, or lets it burn itself down to nothing, and now the only light in the world is the low red breathing of the covered fire. The family turns, without ceremony, toward the bed, toward the straw and the wool and the shared warmth waiting in the dark corner of the room. Nothing has happened tonight, and nothing will. That is the whole of it, and the quiet comfort of it. The door is barred, the fire is safe, the beasts are still. The day is over, exactly as the failing light and the far bell said it was. And in the cupboard, dark, warm, and shut and safe, the house settles down into the first quiet of the night. The door is barred, the shutters drawn, the fire banked low beneath its gray blanket of ash. Now the house lies down. There is one room here, warmed by the one hearth, its walls of wattle and daub, its roof a deep blackened thatch that holds the smoke of every fire ever lit beneath it. Along the beaten earth floor the family makes its bed for the night. Not each to a room of their own, for there is only this room, but together near the warm, low breath of the banked fire in the warmest quarter of the house. The day's work is set down with the day's light. What remains is to lie close and be warm and sleep. The bed itself, for most in this village, is straw. Loose straw heaped on the floor, or straw stuffed into a coarse sack and laid down as a mattress, and the very word for that mattress tells its story. Pallet. It comes from the old French pallet, which means simply straw. The bed was, quite literally, the harvest brought indoors, the same field that fed the household through the year, cut and dried and carried in to soften the floor at night. There is a plainness to that no one thought to remark on. You slept on the year's own work. In the dark, you could still catch the dry, grassy smell of it, faint under the wood smoke, a scent of summer kept a little longer against the cold. There was a ladder of comfort in these beds, and a household climbed it slowly across a lifetime, or never climbed it at all. At the bottom, bare straw on the floor. A step up, straw sewn into a tick, a sack that kept it gathered. Above that, chaff. The light husks left from threshing, softer and finer than stalks. Higher still, flock. The coarse waste and clippings of wool, matted into a yielding mass. And at the very top, far out of reach of a working family, the feather bed of the gentry and the manor. Most here lived on the lower rungs and thought nothing lacking. A tick of chaff, well filled, was a decent bed, and a decent bed was not a small thing to own, a middling household. One with a cow or two, one that brews ale for sale, one a small step above its neighbors, might own something more. A low wooden bedstead, its frame close to the floor, strung with ropes to carry the tick. Over it, sheets of coarse hemp or tow linen, harsh against the skin but warm enough once the body had warmed them. A shaggy woolen coverlet went on top, a dagswain, the old word for it, thick and rough and heavy. And across the width of the bed lay a single long bolster, a stuffed cylinder shared head to head by everyone in it. Even here, comfort was measured and modest. No one had a bed to spare, and no one lay in a bed alone. Bedding was precious in a way that is hard to feel now. A coverlet, a pair of sheets, a bolster. These were named piece by piece in wills, left carefully from a dying hand to a living one, the way a family might now leave a house or a ring. A good woolen coverlet could outlast the person who first lay under it, and pass down through 2 or 3 sleepers before it wore to nothing. To lie under the dagswain a grandmother had died beneath was ordinary and quietly comforting. The weight of it in the dark was a weight the family had felt for years, warm and known and handed on. One more thing, the household owned in common with its own past. A writer of a much later age, looking back on the old, hard days from some 2.5 centuries after our night, remembered them almost with wonder. Men had slept, he wrote, on straw pallets, with only a rough sheet over them and a good round log set under their heads in the place of a bolster, and had counted themselves well lodged. Pillows, he added, were thought fit only for a woman lying in after. He wrote it to mark how soft his own age had grown by comparison. For the village on our autumn night, though, it was no memory of hardship. It was only the bed, the log, the straw, the sheet, and the plain fact of lying down warm at the end of a day. In a one-roomed house, the choice makes itself. The warmest ground is the floor by the banked hearth, and there the household gathers for the night, the man and his wife, the children folded in among them or bedded down a little apart, an aged parent, a servant, or a hired hand. Where does everyone lie? Close together, and near the fire, or a kinsman passing through, all of them under this one low roof. The older children and the servants took the cooler edges, the smallest kept to the middle, where the warmth pooled. No one was sent off to sleep alone in a cold room, because there was no other room, and the very idea of wanting one would have seemed strange. This is the plain truth of the medieval night, and there is nothing sad in it. No one in this house has ever slept alone, and no one would wish to. Solitude at night was not a comfort anyone sought or a privacy anyone missed. It simply did not exist and left no space in the mind to be missed. Warmth was a thing you shared, like bread. To lie down among the breathing shapes of the people you knew best in the world, hip to hip and back to back under one heavy coverlet, was not a hardship endured for want of space. It was the ordinary, nightly bodily fact of belonging to a household, and it was warm. What did they wear to sleep? Whatever they had, or nothing at all. There were no clothes made only for the night in a cottage like this. No gown kept folded for bed, no garment sewn only for sleeping. Many simply lay down in the linen smock or shirt they had worn through the day, the same coarse undergarment loosened at the neck. Others slept bare, or nearly so, under the coverlet, letting the shared warmth do the work that cloth might. There was no rule about it, and no shame either way. It was a matter of the cold, and the cloth to hand, and long habit. The day's clothes hung on a peg by the wall, or lay folded near the head, ready to be pulled on again in the gray before dawn. Where did the warmth come from, on a night cold enough to see your own breath indoors? From two things only. The first was the fire, not its flame, for that had been smothered under ash, but its low, patient breath of heat seeping up from the banked heap through the long dark, enough to take the sharpest edge off the room. The second was one another. A bed full of bodies is its own slow furnace, each sleeper warming the next. A heated stone wrapped in cloth and tucked down by the feet was the most a household here might add. There were no pans of hot coals passed between the sheets. Those belonged to grander houses and later times. Here, the warmth was the fire's ember and the family's own skin, and it was enough. There is an honest thing to say about a straw bed, and it can be said gently. It was not clean in the way we would mean now. Fleas lived in the straw, and the straw pricked through the cloth, and both were so ordinary that no one thought them worth a complaint. When the harvest came in and straw was plentiful, the old bedding was thrown out and fresh straw carried in. A new bed, sweet and dry, once a year. Once a year, sometimes sweet herbs were strewn among it, meadow's wheat or the like, for the scent as much as anything. The bed was alive in small ways, and the people who slept in it knew it and slept anyway, the way one sleeps in a body that is not perfect either. It was warm, and it was theirs. Listen, past the walls, and there may be another sound in the night. The beasts. In some counties, away in the west and the north, a family and its cattle kept one long roof between them, sharing the warmth wall to wall. Here, in the flat clay country of the Midland Shires, it was not so. The byre stood apart. A few steps across the dark yard, its own low building with its own barred door. The oxen breathed and shifted over there, on the far side of the cold, and on a still night, if the wind sat right, you might just catch them. A hoof set down on packed earth, the long, slow sigh of a resting animal. Close enough to hear. Far enough that the house kept its own air, and the smell of the yard stayed on its own side of the wall. And then, lying still in the dark, the day's last words. Not from a book. Almost no one in the village could read one, but prayer said from memory, learned by heart in childhood, and worn smooth by a lifetime of nights. A great Archbishop, John Peckham, had set it down in the year 181 that every soul in England should hold at least these by heart, and by our night 3 generations on, they were the common inheritance of the poorest cottage, said in Latin, though few could have told you what. The whole store of it, for an ordinary layman, was 3 prayers, the Pater Noster, the Our Father, the Ave, the short greeting to Mary, only the salutation, and no more, and the Creed, the statement of belief. Each single Latin word might mean, so the prayers are murmured into the dark, low, unhurried, half under the breath. The Latin syllables run together into a soft, familiar shape that needs no thinking, only the old worn habit of the tongue. One voice begins and another joins, or none does, and the words trail off before the end as sleep takes them one by one. The fire breathes under its ash. The straw settles. Somewhere across the yard an ox shifts its weight. The last waking thought is hardly a thought at all, only the warmth of the others, and the weight of the coverlet, and the sound of breathing slowing all around. And so the house, room, and household together goes quietly down into sleep. You unbar the door, and step out into the lane, and the night takes you whole. There is no lamp on any post, no glow from any window that faces the road, nothing lit anywhere that a modern eye would call a light. The whole village, this late, spends a light budget of banked embers, each one shut behind its own barred door and drawn shutter. What reaches the lane is the dark itself, the cold, the damp, the smell of wood smoke, and above the black line of the roofs, if the cloud has thinned, a scatter of faint stars. You stand still a moment, and let the door close behind you, and the last warmth of the room goes with it. At first, you can see almost nothing. Coming out of firelight, even the low firelight of a banked room, leaves the eye briefly useless. A man who has sat by the hearth is, for a little while, blinder in the lane than one who has been walking it an hour. The eye mends itself slowly. Full darkness sight takes 20 minutes to arrive, sometimes 30, and it comes not in one stroke but by degrees, the gray world seeping back detail by detail. So you wait, one hand on the doorpost, and let it come. There is no hurry in the night, and nowhere you must be. What returns is a strange kind of seeing. Night sight has no color in it at all. The reds and browns of the day drain to 100 shades of gray, and the world goes the color of ash and water. Stranger still, it is sharpest not where you look, but at the edge of the eye. Fix your gaze on a dim shape, and it dissolves. Glance a little to the side, and it steps quietly back into being. The old feet of the village know this without knowing why. They learn to look a little away from the thing they wish to see, and let the corner of the eye do the work. By starlight alone, the village is a study in silhouette. The roofs come first, a row of low humped shapes, blacker than the sky behind them, their thatched ridgelines drawn soft against the faint gray wash of the stars. Then the track, a pale smear underfoot, a little lighter than the ground on either side, the trodden earth catching what little light there is. Fences and hedges are walls of deeper black. Nothing has an edge you could trust to the inch, but every mass is where it has always been, and the eye, given time, reads the whole street as shape and distance without a single color to help it. Over the low roofs, one shape stands taller than the rest, the church tower, a squat square of stone darker than everything around it, blocked solid against the stars. In the daylight, it is the heart of the parish. In the dark, it is something plainer and more useful, the one landmark that does not move, the thing you steer by. Wherever you stand in the village, you can find the tower, and finding the tower you know which way the lane runs, where the green lies, which black gap between the houses is the way home. It keeps no watch and rings no hour tonight. It simply stands, and that is enough. On a night with a moon, everything changes. A full moon over thin cloud lays a soft, pale light across the village, never the daylight the word might suggest, but enough. Enough to walk a known path at an ordinary pace, to read the shapes of the houses, to see the gate before your hand finds it. The light is still colorless. The moon paints only in silver and slate and shadow. But a moonlit night is a walkable night, and everyone who lives here knows the difference between a night the moon gives them and a night it keeps for itself behind the cloud. The historian who spent years gathering the scattered records of the old nights found ordinary people timing their errands by it. A journey to the next village, a birth to be attended, a market reached before dawn, all planned for the moonlit nights when the dark could be. The moon, then, was a kind of permission. Walked, a new moon or a low sky of unbroken cloud, kept people home. There was nothing to be done in a dark you could not see through. The moon was not romance out here. It was a working thing, read the way a farmer reads weather. Will it tonight let me move? Look closely at the shut face of a house, and you may find, low down where the door meets its frame, or at the split of a warped shutter, a single thread of dim amber, the banked hearth within, breathing its low breath through a crack. Perhaps, from the right angle, you catch it. From another step it is gone. It is the only color in the whole street, this thin ember orange line, and it says the same quiet thing at every door. Someone is warm in there, asleep, the fire kept low and safe under its blanket of ash, until the morning asks for it again. The village is not silent, only quiet. Somewhere a dog gives 2 low barks and falls still. From the far end of the street another answers it, and then a third, the sound passing house to house and dying out, dogs keeping their own soft account of the night. There is nothing alarmed in it. This is a working dark, a familiar one, walked by midwives and neighbors and men up with a sick beast, not the haunted night of later stories, full of things that howl. What moves out here moves on ordinary errands, and the dogs know most of it by scent before it comes near. Above the dogs, the larger sounds of the night hold steady. The wind is the great one, a long, even breath through the thatch and through the bare branches of the trees at the village edge, rising and falling without rhythm, the sound the whole night is laid upon. Now and then, at long intervals, an owl calls once from the dark and is answered by nothing. A loose timber somewhere ticks as it cools. These are not sounds to wake a sleeper. They are the sounds a sleeper sleeps inside, the ordinary voice of a house and a village settling into the small hours. From behind one of the houses, faint across a yard, comes another sound, the slow shift of oxen. Here, in the flat, middling country of the east, the beasts do not share the family's roof, as they do in some western and northern counties, where men and cattle keep one long house between them. Here, the byre stands apart, a few steps across the yard, so the oxen are a sound at a distance, not a warmth through the wall, a hoof set down on packed earth, a long breath, the creak of a beast easing its weight. Many fixk of one. You hear them only if the wind sits right. Then the wind turns, and they are gone again. But it is the nose, more than the ear, that tells you where you are. Wood smoke is the master, smell of the medieval night, and it is everywhere, for the smoke of a banked hearth seeps up slowly through the thatch itself, for there is no other way out. Century after century of it blackens the underside of a roof, and that soot-dark thatch still survives in the oldest cottages, the physical print of 10,000 such nights. Under the smoke lie the other smells, cold, damp earth, wet thatch if rain has fallen, the animal warmth of the byre, and the faint tallow reek of a rushlight guttering out behind some shutter. A man who has walked one lane for 40 years does not see it so much as remember it. The small camber of the track where it sheds the rain, the place the mud lies late, the gate that hangs and must be lifted, the cold iron rail of the stile, met by the hand exactly where the... None of this dark troubles the feet that live here. Hand expects it. The body keeps the map the eye cannot use. In true dark, he walks a little slower, hands loose and ready, reading the ground through the soles of his shoes. And he comes to his own door without once having seen it, and lifts the latch he has lifted 10,000 times. And all of this, the early dark, the banked fire, the first sleep comes so soon, is the work of the season. An East Midlands autumn gives up its light early. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon the day is gone, and the nights run long and cold and damp, low clouds smothering the moon, frost stiffening the grass, every breath a small pale ghost on the air. There is little reason to sit up in such a dark, and every reason to bank the coals and lie down warm. So the village sleeps its first sleep early and deep, out of the cold, under its blackened thatch, while the lane stays empty, and the wind goes on over the roofs, and the long night keeps its own slow count toward the middle hours. Some hours after dark, without alarm and without reason, you wake. The fire has been banked since evening. The room is black and warm and full of the sound of other people breathing. Nothing has called you up out of sleep. No cry, no knock, no dream you can name. You simply surface, the way a stone settles in still water, and lie there with your eyes open on the dark. Around you, the household sleeps on. Beyond the shutters the wind moves in the thatch, long and even. You are not troubled by being awake. There is a whole warm hour here, unhurried, that belongs to no task at all, and some part of you seems to know it well, as though your body has kept this appointment many nights before. The historian Roger Ekirch spent years gathering the scattered traces of nights like this one, hundreds of them, caught in old diaries and depositions, in medical books and prayers, in more than one language. And from all those fragments he drew out a quiet argument that before bright lamps and late hours, people often slept in 2 parts. A first sleep soon after dark, a second sleep until morning. And between them, this, a waking hour that no one at the time thought worth explaining, because to them it was simply how the night went. It is worth saying plainly that this is his reading of the evidence gathered mostly from ages later than ours. For a village this old, the night itself left almost no record, so we lie here in the dark and only imagine. There is one old English voice that seems to reach back toward it. Chaucer, writing near the end of the 14th century, tells of a young woman who slept her first sleep and then woke, and he says it in passing, plainly, as if his listeners needed no explanation at all. That is the thing that lingers, not a rule written down, not a custom described for strangers, but a phrase let fall in a story, sure that everyone would understand it. A first sleep, and after it a waking, and later another sleep, so ordinary a shape to the night that a poet could lean on it without a word of gloss. Whether every house truly kept to it, we cannot know, but the words were there in the language worn smooth with use. So let us stay in the hour, and imagine gently what it might hold. Perhaps, first, the prayers. A villager of this time carried only a few by heart, in Latin, learned by rote and said without thinking. The Our Father, the short greeting to the Virgin, the Creed. They were the furniture of the mind, as familiar as the shape of the room in the dark. And here, awake in the warm black with nothing to do and nowhere to be, is where such words would come, murmured under the breath, half to God and half to no one, the lips barely moving. Not a service, not a duty done kneeling, only the old syllables turning over quietly in the dark, the way a hand turns a smooth stone, until they run down into silence again. And perhaps, at some point in the hour, the fire. Someone stirs, folds back the coverlet on the cold air, and crosses the few dark steps to the hearth. The banked heap has kept all night under its gray blanket of ash, and to be sure of it, you draw a little of that ash aside with a stick or a bare and careful finger. Beneath, the embers are still there, a deep, low red, breathing without flame. A house of timber and thatch cannot be left to a loose fire. The whole night's warmth for morning depends on this heap staying just as it is. So you look, and you make sure. And the dull red light lifts for a moment onto the beams above. For those few seconds, the room has a color again. The bared embers throw a soft orange up the wall, and the shapes of the sleeping household come half out of the dark. A shoulder, the curve of the bolster, a foot escaped from the wool. The light does not reach far. It is a small red thing, close and low, more warmth than glow. You feel it on your face before you see much by it. Under the ash, the heap sits like something alive and patient, asked for nothing but to keep. It has done this every night of your life, and every night of your parents' lives. This quiet keeping of fire through the dark, so that no one need ever begin the day by making one from nothing. Then you draw the ash back over it. The gray closes across the red like an eyelid, and the room goes dark again, and the small warmth on your face fades as you turn back to the bed. 30 seconds of light, perhaps less, and then the whole night restored to black. The coverlet is cold for a moment where you left it, then warm again around you. The others have not woken. The breathing has not changed. Only the fire knows it was looked at, and the fire keeps no account of such things. Outside, the wind goes on in the thatch, long and even and indifferent, and the dark settles back over the house as though it had never been disturbed. Sometimes the hour has voices in it. In a shared bed, someone else is awake too, and a few low words pass in the dark. Nothing that needs saying loudly, nothing that needs saying at all. The lamb that must go to market, the neighbor's cough that has hung on too long. A thing said wrong that afternoon, turned over now and set right between two people who cannot see each other's faces. The talk is slow and half finished. Sentences trail off into the wind and are not picked up again. There is a particular honesty to words spoken in that darkness, with no light to be read by, no face to guard. And then the talk thins, and one of you is asleep before the other, and the last thing said hangs unanswered in the warm black and is forgotten by morning. Or the hour holds only listening. Awake in the dark, with nothing asked of you, the ear goes out into the night and reads it. The wind first, its direction, its weight, whether it carries rain toward the thatch or only worries the bare branches. Then, across the yard, the beasts in their own low building. The shift of a heavy body on packed straw, a hoof set down, the long, slow breath of an ox. You can hear them if the wind is right, a few steps away and a wall between, near enough to be company, far enough to be no trouble. A dog answers another dog somewhere down the lane and stops. An owl at a great interval. The whole quiet machinery of the night, turning over without you, asking nothing but that you listen, and let it go, and there is the plainer errand the hour sometimes requires. The body wakes for its own reasons, and there is a pot kept for the purpose, or else the short cold walk to the yard. The bar lifted from the door, the night air laid flat and freezing against your face, the ground hard underfoot, and the breath showing pale even by starlight. It is quickly done. The stars are out, or they are not. The moon rides behind cloud, or clear, the roofs of your neighbors make their low black line against the sky. Then back through the door, the bar dropped again into its slot, the cold shut out, the warmth of the bed rising to meet you, a small crossing, out into the great dark and back that the hour makes room for without any fuss at all. For a mother, the hour is rarely her own. A small child wakes as children do, needing warmth or milk or only the fact of her, and she gives it half asleep, the practiced business of the dark, the child drawn close, quieted, the breathing eased back down toward sleep. This is the oldest use of the waking hour, and the least written about, because it belonged to women and to every century alike, and so seemed worth no one's ink. In the black room, she holds the small weight against her and waits, and the child slackens and grows heavy, and after a while there are two of them asleep again, where there had been one awake. The wind does not change. The fire keeps under its ash. The night makes its long, slow room for this too, and perhaps, in some houses, a little work. If a rushlight was lit, a length of stripped rush soaked in kitchen fat, pinched in its iron holder, giving a small, smoky, wavering flame, then a pair of hands might take up the drop spindle and turn a little wool while the mind was idle and the body would not sleep. It is only a perhaps. The ember glow alone is far too dim for any real work, and a rushlight costs something to burn. And most would rather keep both the fat and the sleep. More likely the hands stay still, folded warm under the wool, and the spindle waits on its peg for more. But the hour could hold it, in a house that chose the faint thread lengthening, the small flame leaning, and the wide dark all around it, patient and unhurried. But mostly, and this is the truth of the hour, under all the rest, mostly nothing is done in it at all. You lie still, you are warm and half-woken, and in no hurry to be otherwise. The prayer, if it came, has run down, the fire has been seen to, or has not. No words are needed. You simply lie in the deep middle of the night, listening to the others breathe, the slow tide of it around you, one sleeper and another, the small sounds of a house of people at rest. There is nowhere to be and nothing to follow. The night is not yet spent. The morning is not yet asked for. And little by little, without deciding to, you feel the second sleep coming up to meet you, soft and dark and heavy, and you let it. Whether every household truly kept this shape to its nights, no one now can say. Some scholars have doubted it was ever a rule, that a first sleep meant only the first, deepest stretch of an ordinary night, nothing more. Others read it as one habit among many, kept by some houses and not others, changing with the season and the work and the cold. And Ekirch, who gathered all those fragments, holds to his quiet argument still. The debate goes gently back and forth, and settles nothing, and there is a strange comfort in that. There is nothing here for you to verify, nothing to be sure of, nothing to follow. Even those who have studied it longest are half in the dark. The night keeps that secret, as it keeps so many, and lets you keep your sleep. Out here, past curfew, the village keeps a different kind of order. Not the crime you might imagine of a dark medieval night, but something quieter and much older. Nothing is happening, and nothing is meant to. The doors are barred, the fires banked, the households shut behind their shutters, each answerable for its own. What law reaches this lane after dark is thin, unhurried, and mostly unspoken. A matter of long habit far more than of watchmen. To understand the night the village kept, it helps to know first the law it did not need out here, the great statute that governed the walled towns, and the plain arrangement that governed everyone else. The law the towns lived under had a name and a date. In the year 285, the Statute of Winchester set down how England was to keep its nights, and it would stand in one form or another from that year all the way to 1829, more than 5 centuries of what the old phrase called watch and ward. And it began where the danger was thought to gather, not in a scattered farming village like this one, where every face was known and every household accounted for, but behind the walls and gates of the market towns, where strangers came and went, and a man in the dark might be. It ordered a night, watch, but a graded one, carefully sized to the place it was meant to guard, anyone at all. The words themselves were plain enough. In every city, the watch was to be kept by 6 men, at every gate. In every borough, by 12 men. In every town, by 6 or by 4, according to the number of the inhabitants. A stranger who could give no good account of himself was to be held until the morning. And if no suspicion was found against him, the statute said only that he should go quit, released with the coming of the light. The walled towns drew their gates shut from sunset to sunrise and opened them again at dawn. none of it was meant as cruelty. It was simply a town's way of sleeping soundly to know, when the light failed, who was inside the walls and who had been left beyond them. And here is the detail few remember. This watch was a summer thing. The statute set it to be kept from the day of the Ascension to the day of St. Michael, from late spring, roughly, to the end of September. Through the long light half of the year, the towns watched their gates. Through the dark half, they let the watch lie down. So on a night like this one, deep in autumn with the cold already in the ground, the statute, watch was already laid aside for the season. Even where it applied, the law had gone to its own rest, and out here, in an open village of crofts and hedged lanes, it had never once applied at all, for all of that was town machinery, walls, gates, a standing watch counted off 6 and 12 at a time, gatekeepers who knew the sound of the bar dropping into its slot. An open field village had none of it. No wall ringed these houses, no gate closed the lane, no company of watchmen walked between the crofts through the cold, stopping strangers and counting lights. The night order of a farming village was a quieter and far older thing, and it cost nobody a wage. It rested on 2 plain arrangements, and neither of them wore a uniform, carried a bill, or walked a single step of patrol after dark. Both did their work by daylight, so that the night could be left to look after itself. The first was the tithing, the frank pledge. From boyhood, nearly every man in the village was enrolled in a small standing group of households, 10 or so together, bound in law to answer for one another. If one of them did wrong, the rest were expected to produce him before the court, or to account for where he had been. It was not a watch that walked the dark lanes at all. It was a quiet web of mutual responsibility laid over the whole village in the daylight, so that the night itself required no patrol. Each household stood answerable for its neighbors, 10 by 10, all the year round, and, having no real choice in the matter, slept a little the easier for it. The second was the constable, not a paid officer, not a soldier, not a man set apart. An ordinary substantial villager, someone with land and standing, taking his turn at the office much as others took theirs for a year, unwillingly as often as not. He kept the peace, raised the alarm on the rare occasion it was truly needed, and answered for the village at the manor court. The work carried no wage and, on almost every night of his whole term, no work at all. Which is very nearly the point of it. For most of the dark hours, the constable's entire duty was to lie asleep in his own bed, like every other soul in the village, and simply be a man who could be called upon, in the unlikely event that anyone ever needed to. Yet, the dark did carry one suspicion, and it was a simple, ancient one. To be abroad at night without a light and without a reason was itself the very thing the law mistrusted. There was even a settled name for it. The common night walker, in the clerk's Latin, the communis noctivicus, the man who moved through the sleeping village with no honest errand he could show. And what set an honest traveler apart from him was not his face, which the dark hid anyway, but his flame. A carried light was the plain sign of lawful business. The man with a good reason to be out after curfew simply held the proof of it, burning in his own hand. And there were always honest reasons to be out. A midwife, roused from her bed and fetched down the lane to a berth that would not wait for the morning. A neighbor walking quietly to sit the night through beside someone who was dying. A man crossing and recrossing the dark yard to a beast that had sickened and had to be watched over till light. A traveler still on the road, pressing on by the moon with a small torch held low at his side, wanting to reach the next village before sleep took him. None of them troubled anyone. Honest cause, and a light to show it by. And the night simply let them pass through it. There was one alarm the village always kept in reserve and used very nearly never. The hue and cry, a raised shout that, once given, bound every man within hearing to leave his bed and turn out after the wrongdoer, on into the dark. It worked by night as by day. But it was, by its nature, a thing that answered trouble, rather than one that went out looking for it. And on a quiet night, which is to say on almost every single night, it simply never sounded at all. Its long silence was the ordinary condition of the world. The loudest thing about the whole law of the village was how seldom it ever had cause to speak. Beyond the village, the king's high roads between the market towns were held to a harder standard. The law required them scoured, cleared of cover for 200 feet on either side, so that no ditch or thicket close to the road could hide a man waiting to do harm. But that was the highway, the open artery of the realm, the village's own lanes, hedged and black and known to everyone who lived along them, were nobody's statute. Out on the far high road, the law kept its 200 feet of daylight. Safety, here in the crooked home lane. The only safety was that everyone knew everyone, and the dark belonged to people who had walked it all their lives. We know all of this partly through a particular kind of record, the sort a coroner kept. When a death came without warning, the crown required an inquest, a jury of neighbors summoned to set down the time, the place, the manner of it, and the value of whatever object had caused the death, which was then forfeit to the king as a deal. Dry, careful, official ink, written not out of grief, but out of duty. Out of thousands upon thousands of such inquests, the historian Barbara Hunnewalt once worked her way through some 3,118 of them, comes a great deal of what anyone can honestly claim to know about the ordinary hazards of a medieval. The archive survives in the end, because someone was obliged to write the unusual down. Records like these, Herefordshire ones, from a generation or two before our night, hold small, plain human moments. A little girl named Edith, of the village of Humber, barely 2 years old, who pulled herself up on a barrel of hot water while her mother brewed close by, and did not live to see the next night, the barrel valued at 3 pence, and set down in the roll as the cause. A boy, William, son of Thomas Chappell, playing alone at the edge of the marsh, who fell into a pool and drowned. Drowning, the rolls quietly show, was the commonest of all such ends, a well, a pond, a ditch, in the failing light of a working day. And yet the truer thing, the coroner's ink shows, is not the danger in it, but the rareness. Every one of these inquests exists precisely because it was the exception, because on 10,000 other nights nothing at all was written down, for the plain reason that nothing at all had happened. Behind each careful, sorrowful entry stand 1,000 and more ordinary nights that closed exactly as they were meant to, the door barred, the fire banked low under its gray ash, the household breathing slow in the straw, and no one anywhere in the sleeping village with the record is a single small candle held up in a vast dark archive, and nearly all it illuminates is how quietly the rest of that archive lies. Least reason in the world to wake. The waking hour, if it came at all, has passed. One by one, the small doings of the dark have been set down. A murmured prayer, a shifted child, the day gone quietly over in a low voice, and the household has let itself down again into sleep. This is the deeper of the two, the one that a scholar, long after all of this, piecing together the scattered hints of how people once slept, would come to call the second sleep. The bodies under the one shaggy coverlet settle closer, the breathing lengthens and evens out. The room draws its dark, a little more snugly around them, and beyond the shutter, the wind keeps up its long, unhurried sentence, saying the same thing it has said all night. Inside, there is only the weight of warm limbs and the slow tide of breath. They say the second sleep is the richer of the two, heavier, slower, thick with the dreams that the first sleep, nearer to the day and its worries, seldom reaches. Whether every house truly kept its nights in two neat halves, no one can now say for certain. Some who have studied it doubt it was ever a settled rule at all. The night keeps that much to itself. But the body seems to know this hour without being taught. A sleeper turns once on the straw, finds the old hollow worn to the shape of a shoulder, and goes down past dreaming into the plain dark where nothing is kept or remembered afterward. The head rests where it always rests. The breath comes and goes, slow and even, content to be left alone until the light step out for a moment into the cold. Though no one in the village has any reason to, the lain lies black between its hedges. The low-humped roofs run off in a row, thatch peaked against a sky where the moon rides behind thin cloud, giving the ridgelines a faint pale edge and little more. The wind, which fretted and turned earlier in the night, has settled into one long steady breath, combing the same way through thatch and bare branch, even and tireless. There is no light anywhere a stranger could name, only here and there the faintest thread of ember. Color leaking from under a barred door, the sign of a house asleep and warm. The church tower stands darker than the dark square and low against the stars, and everything beneath it is sleeping. Back inside, the moon has left one narrow token of itself. Where the shutter does not quite meet its frame, a thin bar of pale light has come through and laid itself across the beaten earth floor, cold, colorless, no wider than a finger. It rests on the packed earth as though it means to stay. It does not. If you watched it for the length of a single breath, you would swear it never stirred. And yet, across the long reach of the second sleep, it travels, creeping by a hand's width, and then another, following the moon's own slow going down beyond the wall. No one sees it move. No one is awake to watch it go. It simply travels, patient as the hour, marking the night the only way the night is marked in here, without a number and without a sound. Where that same faint light climbs the wall, it finds the ordinary furniture of a working life hung up for the night. A sickle on its peg, the curve of the blade catching one thin line of moon. A coil of rope, a worn leather halter looped over a nail, waiting for the ox across the yard. By day these are tools, now they are only shapes, soft-edged and gray, holding the dark between them. The light touches each in its turn as it slides along, gives it a moment's pale outline, and passes on. None of it will be touched again until the light comes back for good. The sickle will not cut, the halter will not be buckled, the basket will lift nothing at all, until someone wakes and takes it down. And no one yet is anywhere near waking. The cold has been deepening all the while, quietly, the way cold does in the last third of a clear autumn night. Along the inner edge of the drawn shutter, where the wood meets the daub, the damp of the day has stiffened into a faint furring of frost, pale as breath feathered along the grain. Outside, unseen, the same frost is drawing tight over the thatch, over the grass of the yard, over the well cover and the cold iron of the door ring, laying its thin white skin on everything the fire cannot reach. The air in here has an edge to it now, clean and sharp in the throat. But the deep of the bed keeps its own weather. Under the wool, where the bodies lie close, the warmth gathered through the evening holds on, a small kept summer in the middle of the frost. Above the sleepers, faint and gray, each slow exhalation shows for a moment as a thread of fog, rises an inch or two into the cold air, and is gone. And then the next and the next, out of one mouth and another, overlapping, unhurried, the whole household breathing the same. If a little of the moon's light reaches the bed, you can see the breath now. Slow measure without knowing it. A stone that was warm at the foot of the bed hours ago has gone cool, and a foot finds it and draws back and finds a warmer. Someone draws the coverlet up a thread higher. No one wakes to do it. The hand knows the way in the dark. The breath goes up in little clouds and vanishes over and over, the plainest proof that everyone here is alive and warm and far from. The evening's work is long finished here. The coals raked together into a heap, the cold ash drawn across them in a soft gray blanket, and through that covering only the faintest map of orange still shows, a few dull veins of live ember breathing so slowly you would hardly. At the middle of the floor the hearth lies low and gray. Call it fire at all. It throws almost no light and no crackle now, only warmth, seeping out low and even into the room, enough to hold the frost at the door and no further. Somewhere before the gray comes, a hand will rake the ash aside and wake it with a single breath. But that hand is still asleep. For now the small heat simply holds on by itself, low and gray and enough, and the room stays warm around the sleepers. This is the low place of the night, the far trough of it, when sleep lies at its heaviest and the village is furthest from waking. A hand rests open on the shaggy wool of the coverlet, the fingers loosely curled, not stirring. The hand of someone who has carried water and turned earth and mended thatch through the days of a life, and who holds, now, nothing at all. Whatever the second sleep dreams, it keeps to itself. The face is turned away into the dark, easy and slack given over. There is nothing here to decide, nothing to hold, no field to cross and no beast to feed. The whole weight of a working body has been set down like a full sack at the headland of a field and left and forgotten until the gray of the morning gives it a reason to be lifted again. Far off across the village, a dog that has slept all night on a cold doorstep lifts its head at something, a shift in the wind, a fox about its rounds, nothing, decides it is nothing, turns itself over with a soft thump and a rattle of its chain, and settles back down into its sleep. The sound carries thin through the dark, and reaches the barred door as the least of noises, not enough to trouble a single sleeper within. The door holds, plank and drawbar, a faint cold line of night showing underneath it. No other dog takes it up. No voice, no footfall on the lane. The village has that deep, held stillness of the hours that belong to no one, when even the wakeful creatures have let their eyes fall shut and gone down into the same dark as the rest. The thin bar of moonlight on the floor thins further and pales, and after a while is not there at all. The moon has gone down behind the world's edge, and for a stretch the room is as dark as it will be all night. Darker than midnight, the blind hour before any hint of gray. You could not see your hand before your face. The shapes of the sleepers are guessed at rather than seen, low mounds under the wool, given away only by the sound of breathing and the warmth on the air. The wind has fallen to almost nothing now, so the loudest thing in the house is that soft chorus of breath, and beneath it the faint tick of a roof beam, letting go the day's warmth as it cools. The night has come to its stillest place and rests there in no hurry to move on. And then, from somewhere out beyond the last house, across the plowed strips, past the black line of the hedge, a cock crows once into the dark. It is far too early. The bird is mistaken, or dreaming on its perch, and after that one thin call, the silence closes over again as though it had never sounded. Nothing answers it, and yet the night has turned somewhere without a sign that you could point to. The church tower still stands black against the last of the stars, but very low behind it. Along the rim of the fields, the sky has gone the faintest shade, less dark than it was, not light. Nothing you could yet call light, only the first gray thinking about the idea of morning. The village sleeps straight on through it. There is a long, long way to go before the day. Inside, that same gray finds the shutter at last. Along the seam where the two boards meet, a thin line shows that was not there before, not the cold white of the moon, but something softer and grayer, the color of ash water, the first weak dilution of the dark. It falls on nothing in particular, a stretch of the earth floor, the edge of the coverlet, the gray heap of the hearth. Before long, a hand will find the cold air, and the day will begin the way it has always begun. The ash raked aside, a live ember bared and fed a wisp of dry kindling, and coaxed up with one slow breath. The fire brought back without ever being struck. But not yet. Not this breath, nor the next. The gray at the seam only waits, and widens by a shade, and lets them go on sleeping. For this is the last thing the night has to teach, and the gentlest. The morning is nobody's task. No one in the village has to make it. No one must watch for it, or call it in over the fields. It is not owed, it cannot be hurried, and it will not come late. It comes uncalled, to the sleeping and the waking alike, to the barred door, the frosted yard, the low gray hearth, arriving all on its own. So the village is left as it lies, down in the second sleep, warm under one coverlet, breathing its slow single measure in the dark, while past the fields the gray gathers itself and takes its time. Nothing in this house need lift a hand to bring it. A whole village sleeps on, and will wake when the light is good and ready, and not one moment before. We come back, now, to the middle of the night, to the hour the village keeps, without ever knowing that it keeps it. The first sleep has run its full length, and the night has gone on, turning quietly past it. Somewhere past the deep of the dark, long before there is any thought of morning, a sleeper rises to the surface of things. Not troubled, not called, not startled into it, only awake, the way a boat lifts on slow water and settles down again. The room is much as we left it a while ago, when we last came this way, the low shapes lying close beneath the wool, the cold air standing tall above the warm, one thin thread of red fire holding on beneath its soft gray lid of ash. Nothing has changed here in the dark. Nothing here needs to change. We have only come round to it once more, as the night itself comes round. And this time we come to it more slowly still, in no hurry at all, with the whole of the dark still before us. Let your eyes settle into the dark of the room again, slowly, as theirs settled into it long since. Along the one low bed lies the whole household, close as loaves left together in a basket. The children folded in between the older ones, a kinsman drawn up at the foot, every one of them turned inward toward the warmth they make and keep between them. No one in this house has ever slept alone, and no one in it has ever wished to. Warmth is a thing you share here, like bread, and the night is long, and the room is cold above the blankets. In sleep, their breathing has found its own slow agreement, each chest rising and falling, a little out of time with the next. A soft, uneven tide moving in the black room, with no shore to break on, and no hurry in it at all. A sleeper wakes up into the middle of that sound, and lies quite still inside it, and listens, and is not the least afraid, for there is nothing in the dark of this room to be afraid of, and every breath in it is known. In an unheated room in the East Midlands autumn, a person could almost watch the whole night pass by their own breathing, if only there were light enough in the room to watch it by. And there is none at all, only the guess of it in the dark, the warmth leaving the mouth. Above the sleepers, the cold air holds their breath, a moment before it lets it go. Faint pale ghosts that lift and thin and are gone, one for each slow rise of a chest, one for each long fall. Meeting the standing cold, turning for a heartbeat into a little cloud that no eye sees. The heaped coals on the hearth give almost nothing now, a low breath of heat and no more. The warmth that fills this room is the warmth of bodies, made by them, kept by them, shared along the bed, and given back again, passing from one sleeper to the next under the one wool covering. It is a plain warmth, and an old one, as plain and as needful as bread, and it holds the cold off the whole night through. The beams cross the black in a heavier black, felt more than found, and above them lies the deep thatch, its whole underside gone soot, dark and glossy from a long lifetime of the hearth's slow smoke. For there is no chimney anywhere in this house to draw the smoke away. Lie back now, and look up, into the dark where the roof should be and cannot be seen, rises off the fire, and gathers and wanders along the roof, and leaves its long brown stain in the reeds, and drifts out at last through the thatch where it can find a way. By night, it is only the sense of a low sky held near above you, near enough almost to reach up and touch. And around you, in the quiet, the small settling sounds of the timber, easing itself, a tick and then another, as the cold of the small hours works slowly into the wood. By day you would see the very grain of that smoke, blackened straw overhead, dark and close and old. Wood gives a little and grows still. One thin line of moonlight has found the narrow gap at the shutter's edge and laid itself down along the beaten earth of the floor, pale, colorless, cold, the moon's own gray, with never a trace of warmth anywhere in it. It is the one piece of geometry in the whole dark room, this quiet blade of light lying across the floor, and it moves slowly, always, though far too slowly for any waking eye to catch it in the moving. A sleeper stirs and half sees it there, and knows from it only that the moon is up over the village, and the night therefore walkable, should anyone in the house have any need to walk it, and, having no need, lets that knowing slip quietly away again. The shutters are drawn fast against the cold and barred. The door is barred. The night stays over on its own side of the wall, where it belongs, and the little room keeps its own small dark close about itself, and the pale blade of moon lies on the floor, and does not move that anyone can see, and is simply, quietly there. If the waker prays, and many a one did, lying just so in the dark, with the household asleep around them, the words come up without any thought at all, worn smooth as a stone door-sill by the long passage of use, the Pater Noster, the short Ave, the Creed, all of them in the Latin they were taught by rote as children, and never once read from any page, for there is no page here, and no light to read it by. It has come to be more like the breathing than unlike it, a thing the body does quietly in the dark, because it has always done it there, at this hour, without deciding to, and the doing of it settles the waker and eases the mind down and loosens the hold of the day a little. It is not a sermon and not a plea for anything. It is only the old familiar syllables let out low and even into the shaggy wool of the coverlet, a hand lying loose and open on the blanket, the lips barely moving in the dark. The prayer is not straining after anything further towards sleep. Wind is nearly the whole of the sound tonight, moving long and low and even over the thatch above and through the bare branches of the trees beyond the wall, with no rhythm in it anywhere that you could count on or keep time to, only a rising and a falling and a rising again. And now the listening. This is the true work of the hour, if a thing so still can be called work at all, simply to lie there and let the whole of the night come in by the ear. That never once repeats itself the same way twice. Under the wind, the house goes on speaking its own small language in the dark, the timber ticking softly as it cools, once and then again, a mouse turning somewhere in the loose straw, the one small dry sound of it, and then no more. The waker lying still takes all of it in, reads the whole of the night by ear the way a shepherd reads a hillside, finds in none of it anything that calls to them or wants their answer, and lets it move on past and away into the dark, unheld. A dim shape lifts from the bedding and crosses the floor to the hearth and crouches down there over it, and for a moment, as the heap is stirred, the covered ash gives up a low breath of red, enough to lay a faint, warm edge of light along a cheek and a wrist and the near. After a while, the waker rises to tend the coals, the one small errand of the whole hour that draws a body up out of the warm bed and into the cold of the room. Stones of the wall, and nothing beyond that, nothing reaching the far corners. It is a small light, and a brief one, gone almost before it has come. The rest of the room stays exactly as dark as it was, and the sleepers along the bed do not stir at the glow of it, do not know it has come and gone. And at the hearth, a pair of hands sets about the oldest indoor task there is, the keeping of a house's fire through the night. working it half by the dim sight of the coals and half, and more than half, by the long familiar feel of it in the dark. The gray ash is drawn a little to one side, and there beneath it the coals lie still living, dull orange deepening to a soft gold at the edges where the moving air just reaches and touches them. The whole heat of tomorrow's fire held close and low and quiet down there through. The long, dark, warmth kept and flame let die. This is the old trick of it, the thing that lets a house of thatch and timber hold a fire safe through the night while all its people sleep close beside it. A single breath of cold air stirs across the bared coals and brightens them for one heartbeat, gold going almost to red, and a small live warmth reaches out a little way into the cold room and is gently drawn back again as the ash is settled over. There is nothing here to build up tonight, nothing to feed, no flame wanted. The morning will want all this heat and will have it. For now the coals need only go on quietly being warm in the dark, low and covered and patient, giving the night nothing and losing to it nothing either. The iron of the hearth tools rests where it always rests, close in beside the warm ash. The rake, the little poker, cool at the handle, and never far from a hand that has known their weight and their reach in the dark for 40 years and more. The waker knows this hearth as surely as the tongue knows the teeth, without looking, without thinking, and so the tending is done half asleep and takes almost nothing out of the sleep at all. Draw the gray ash back over the glow, settle the loose coals down into their low even. There is no fumbling for them, no groping about. The hand goes to them and finds them. Heap, let the ash close, soft across the red until the last of the light is gone and the room is dark once more, whole dark, corner to corner. A thin wisp of smoke climbs up off the disturbed coals and is lost at once in the black overhead, unseen. The whole of the task, done and finished, takes far less time than the telling of it here. A handful of quiet moments, and the fire safe again till morning, and then the hearth is only a dark shape again in a dark room, with nothing but the faintest breath of heat lifting off it to say that anything glows there at all beneath the ash. The waker turns back across the floor, feet reading the familiar earth of it, every dip and rise of the beaten ground known and long since learned, and finds again the warm hollow their own body left in the bedding, and lies slowly down into it. The cold air of the room closes over them. The wool is drawn up to the chin. The coals go on with their low covered work in the dark, quiet under the gray, and the whole small house holds its little hoard of warmth, close against the long reach of the night, like a thing cupped and sheltered in two hands. Nobody in the room counts the hours this takes, or could. There are no hours here to be counted, no bell, no dial, no number in the dark, only the deep of the night itself, and the shared warmth and the coals lying low and patient beneath their ash, in no more haste than the night is, in another house, a little way down the lane. The same waking hour holds two low voices instead of one. A husband and a wife, it may be, or two old sisters who have shared a bed and its warmth for the whole of their lives, a few soft words let out into the dark between them. The day just gone quietly turned over once more, some small thing named and settled for the morning to come. It is not talk with any weight to it, nothing that needs deciding. It is the kind of murmur that is half asleep already in the speaking of it, that trails off gently in the middle of a thought, and is left there unfinished, because it never needed finishing. because sleep came for the rest of it first. In the black of that room, you could not see the mouth that speaks, nor the face beside it. You would only feel the bed shift a little under the words, and hear the low, round sound of them go by, and then the longer quiet settling in behind, as one of the two, or both together, slides back down the slow way into sleep. And in a corner of another house, a mother has woken to a child, the smallest of the whole household, stirring and fretting a little against her in the dark, wanting to be fed, or wanting only to be gathered up and held close a while. This is the share of the hour that has belonged to mothers in every age of the world and every corner of it. The quiet nursing in the deep middle of the night, the small warm weight taken up and settled again against the shoulder. She knows the child wholly by touch and by the sound of its breathing, and the child knows her by her warmth and her heartbeat and her smell. And the two of them together make their own small country there in the black room, a warm world whole and complete in itself, while there is no light for it, and none is wanted. The dark is kinder for this than any candle would be. Around them the others of the household sleep on and on, undisturbed by any of it, unaware that the hour has turned at all. Once in a while, the hour asks a body for the cold few steps out to the yard, or only for the pot standing in the corner of the room. And a shape rises from the bed and moves quietly to the door and lifts the heavy wooden bar as softly as a bar can be lifted, so as not to wake. The rest. Beyond the door the night is colder still, and the dark is wider, opening out overhead, and the wind that was muffled in the thatch is now near and plain, close against the face. A moment out, under the great black sky, the breath showing pale, the frost sharp in the nose, and the beasts heard shifting and breathing across the yard in their own separate house, a hoof set down on packed earth, a slow warm sigh through the dark, and then back in again, quickly, and the bar lowered soft into its slot, and the door closed like an eye once more upon the dark and the cold. The room takes the waker back into its held warmth. The hollow in the bedding, still there, still warm, waiting. It is a small journey, this, and an old one, walked in the dark by everyone who has ever slept in such a house, perhaps, only perhaps, and only if a thin burning rushlight has been lit and pinched fast into its little iron holder. Perhaps a small handful of wool is turned in the waking hour, the drop spindle set going with a practiced flick of the fingers and left to fall and turn, and spin the fiber out and be wound up, and dropped and set spinning once again. A low, patient making of thread by a light that shows a lap and never a whole room. But the covered coals alone are far too dim for any such work, and the rushlight is a small expense, and so on most nights the spindle simply stays where it hangs on its peg in the dark, untouched till morning. Far more often the hands in the waking hour do nothing at all, nothing whatever, and are glad and easy to be doing it. The hour makes no demand to be filled up with anything. It does not call for an errand or a task laid into it. It is enough, and more than enough, to lie there warm in the dark, and let the hour be simply the quiet hour that it is, and let it pass. The historian Roger Ekirch gathering up the scattered traces of old nights from letters and legal depositions and prayers and worn old plays, gave this quiet middle of the night a name at last, a first sleep lying before it, a second sleep coming after, and he sat down, too. How wholly ordinary the waking always was, how little anyone at the time ever thought it worth the trouble of explaining to anyone else. That very plainness, he saw, is the reason so little of it was ever written down at all. People do not trouble to record the thing that everyone does, every night, without a thought, the thing too common to remark on. And so, the hour comes down to us now mostly as an absence, a quiet shape left behind in the dark by everything the archive never troubled to keep. Half remembered, half guessed, more silence than record. Which is, when you are lying here inside the very hour itself, a deeply restful thing to know, that even the careful historians are only half in the dark's confidence, and the night has kept a little of itself back, and always will. The waker in the black room has already begun the long, slow slide back down toward sleep, the thoughts loosening their hold one by one and drifting apart, the breathing lengthening and evening out, the weight of the body settling and pressing gently down into the give of the. So lie here in it a while longer. There is nothing in this hour to follow and nothing to hold in the mind, no turn in the tale coming on to catch, no thread you must keep hold of, no reason under the whole dark sky to hold your eyes open against the pull of the dark. Their breathing keeps up its soft, uneven agreement in the dark, that slow tide with no shore anywhere to break upon, and the one who woke a while ago is drawn quietly back down into the sound of it, the way a single voice is drawn back and lost again into the body of a choir. Straw and the warmth of the wool, all around them, the others have not stirred at all through any of it, until there is no telling any longer which breath in the room is which, nor whose, nor whether one of them is yours, on the wall, over where the last of the ember glow can no longer reach to show them. The day's tools hang in their places, felt now more than seen. A sickle up on its peg, a coil of rope, a rope halter for the beast across the yard, a basket and the plain gear of a working. They have no part in the night, these things, and the night lays no claim on them. They only hang there quietly in the black, holding the shape of the work between them, while the hands that know them and use them lie a few feet off in the bed, fallen open now and empty, and everything in the small room is at its rest together in the dark. The sleeping people and the waiting tools alike, the living and the wooden, all of it let down out of the day's long use into the same deep quiet, and the room is somehow the fuller for it, and the warmer for life, hung up and waiting out the dark for the hands that will reach for them again after dawn. Still, holding them all together so, close and safe until the light, if a single tallow candle has been left burning through the hour. A short, stubby thing standing in a shallow, open dish of clay, its small flame leaning over and righting itself, and leaning again in the slow draft that moves along the floor. It throws a low amber coin of. But on a colder night than most, the little candle is a kind of company, a soft moving warmth, and a soft moving light to lie near and watch a while, through half-shut eyes, burning itself slowly and steadily down toward nothing at all, while the household sleeps on around it. Light across the one near corner of the room, and lets all the rest of it stay black. Tallow is a modest expense, not nothing. A poorer house more often does without any flame at all through the night, and keeps only the covered coals for its light and its warmth. By morning it will be no more than a cooled puddle of fat in the bottom of the saucer, the flame long since drowned in its own melting. And no one in the house will have watched it go out, and no one will think to wonder when, down in the bedding itself, close against the sleeping ear, the loose straw shifts and whispers dryly with every small turn of a body upon it, for the pallet is only the harvest field itself, brought indoors and laid down on the floor, after all, its dry stalks taking the shape of whoever lies along them, and giving that shape up again with a soft rustle at the next slow turn. Somewhere down in it, a mouse moves once, a small dry stir in the dark, thinks the better of it, and holds still again. The straw smells faintly all night of the field it was cut from, of dust and dry grass, and the last warmth of the summer that is gone. And it is thrown out and freshened at harvest time, when the new straw is cheap and plentiful, and there is more of it than the barn can hold. It is a humble bed, this, the poorest kind of bed there is, but it is also warm and dry and deep, and holy enough for the body that lies on it. A body that has known no other kind, and lies easy, and does not dream tonight of any better place to be. The blade of moonlight on the floor has moved a little in all this while, a hand's breadth further along the beaten earth than it lay when the waker first opened their eyes on it, the one slow measure of passing time anywhere in the room, and one that no one in the room reads. Cloud will come and take it soon enough, drawn across the moon's face out beyond the wall, or else the moon will slide on quietly past the gap at the shutter's edge, and either way the small pale geometry will thin and fade from the floor and leave the dark once more whole, and the night in here is measured out by other things entirely, by the held warmth, and the long even breathing, and the low covered life of the coals beneath their ash. And by those quiet measures there is a long way still to go, a great deal of dark still to come, before ever. Or thinks to read, unbroken, corner to corner, and it does not matter in the least. Nothing in the room is timed or tied to it, nothing waits on it. The first gray of the morning touches the shutters. You can almost feel it settling down over the whole room, like another weight of wool laid softly across it, the last small wakefulness going quietly out of the sleepers, one by one, the breathing dropping lower and slower and further apart, the bodies sinking that final little. The second sleep is gathering itself over the room now, the deeper of the two, the one that comes on heavier than the first, and holds a body longer and lets the morning's long dreams in at last. Way down into the straw, and giving themselves wholly over to it. And whatever the hour held for any of them, a murmured prayer, a word between two in the dark, a child taken up and soothed, a few coals stirred and covered over again, all of it is finished now and done, and let quietly go, and the house is only sleeping once more, all of. The waker who rose a while ago to tend the coals is long gone, under it now, drawn back down past the reach of any waking. One mind about it at last, every one of them turned inward toward the shared warmth in the middle. And the hour lets them all go. It came upon the house without ever being called for, and it leaves it now the same quiet way, taking nothing along with it, leaving the village exactly as it found it a while ago, dark and warm and breathing, and a long time yet from any morning. There is nowhere else in the dark for you to be, and no task set for you here, and no next thing at all waiting on the far side of the quiet. And down on the hearth, the fire keeps faithfully on beneath its soft gray cover, low and unhurried, holding its small heat through the dark, as it does every night of the year. That old covered fire and the covering of it being a thing so worn and so ordinary that it has. There is only the low room, and the coals covered close on the hearth, and the wind going long and even over the thatch, and the deep breathing of people who are wholly and entirely asleep, carried the same plain name for longer than anyone in the house can say. But that is for a little later, and the morning is still far off. For now, let the dark gather you gently in, the way it has already gathered every soul beneath this roof. There is time. There is so much time yet. The night settles and deepens and holds. Well, there is a word for this hour, and it has traveled a long way to reach you. Couvre-Feu, two small French words meaning cover the fire. Say them slowly, under your breath, and you can almost hear the instruction folded quietly inside them. The very last task of the day, spoken in every house before the dark has come fully down. Cover the fire. It is not a grand thing to say. The sound of it wore smooth over the centuries, the way a stone step wears down under years and years of passing feet, its sharp edges rounded away until it arrived at last in our own tongue as curfew, a word we now use for staying indoors, for hours we are told to keep. It is the plainest thing in the world, and it was said, in one form or another, in every doorway of every village on nights beyond counting. Old hearth, warmth half forgotten, but here, in the village, on this night, it means only the coals. The low heap of them on the open hearth, and the soft gray coat of cold ash drawn across, to keep them living and quiet and safe until the morning. Watch the hearth a moment, before it dims for the night. The burning wood has been raked into a close, low heap, the brightest embers gathered gently to the center, and over them a soft layer of cold ash laid on the way you might lay a blanket over a sleeping child. No weight to it, only covering. Starved of the air they need, the coals can no longer flame, but they do not die. They settle instead into a slow, dim, patient glow, holding all their heat through the long night behind that quiet gray cover, safe against a house made of timber and thatch and little else. Warmth kept, flame stilled. It is the plainest kind of thrift, and among the oldest anyone knew, far easier to keep a fire breathing low through the dark than to make one, cold and new, in the gray of dawn. Every house along the lane does the same small thing tonight, without a word passing about it, without so much as a thought. The hands simply know. The fire is put to bed a little before the people are, and then the people follow it down into the dark. The men who wrote in Latin had their own word for this, drier and more careful than the French, ignitigium, the fire covering. You can feel the whole difference between the two just by holding them in the mouth. Couvre-Feu is a thing you do with your hands in the last of the evening light, ash on your fingers, the warmth still coming off the coals. Ignitigium is a thing a clerk sets down in ink. in a still cold room, long after the particular fire he is describing has gone quietly to ash and been raked awake and covered again 1,000 times over. And that is the strange, soft comfort of it, lying warm in the dark and turning it over, that something so ordinary, so nightly, so far beneath anyone's notice, should have been thought worth a name at all, should have been written down twice by people who never met and never. 2 words, 2 languages, and both of them pointing at the very same small act, would, each of them reaching, in his own tongue, for a way to say the plain moment when a household covers its coals and lies itself down to sleep. The city's statutes, set down in the year 1285, marked the hour at which honest folk were expected to be within their own doors, and they spelled the word much as the street still spoke it aloud, Couvre-Feu, close yet to the French it had come from before English. In the great town of London, the word found its way into the law, had quite finished making it its own. It was not a cruel rule, whatever the later stories would make of it. It only drew a line under the day. After the fire, covering, the city looked to have its people home, its doors drawn to, its lanes given back to the dark and to the few with lawful reason to be moving about in it. So a word that began as a plain instruction for covering a fire had become, in the mouth of the town, a word for the whole shape of the night itself, the hour the day ended. The same small word, doing 2 kinds of quiet work at once, one in the hand that heaped the coals, and one in the book that named the hour. By the first years of the 14th century, the word had settled fully into English, worn comfortable with use. There is a tale from around the year 1330, the 7 sages of Rome, that speaks of those found wandering after Corfu, after the fire, covering, who might be held until the sun came up over the world again. Curfew. It is a small thing to notice, and a good thing to lie warm and notice, that the very hour you are drifting through now, this quiet middle of the night, had a plain and settled name 700 years ago. And that ordinary people use that name so easily, in their poems, and you can almost watch the word shed its French skin across a single line of that old verse, softening, shortening, becoming ours. Their laws alike, that not one of them ever troubled to stop and explain what it meant. They all simply knew it, the way you know the smell of your own house. The fire was covered, the light was low, the day was done, and the dark had the lain. And around such an ordinary word, in time, a story grew, as stories will. It is the way of these things, a plain custom, repeated in every house on every night for longer than anyone alive can remember, begins after a while to feel as though it simply must have had a beginning. Somewhere in the later centuries, long, long after the villages of this very night had turned to grass and buried foundations, their people gone to churchyard dust, and their names gone with them, a tale took shape around the word and passed quietly from book to book to book. A first person who thought of it, a reason, perhaps even a command. So it was with the fire covering, until many came to half believe it true. A tale about a conqueror and a bell and a whole people sent to their beds at a single evening's toll. It is worth the telling this once, here, in the safe dark where no story can trouble anyone. If only so that we may set it down again, gently, in the place where it truly belongs, among the stories that comfort, not the facts that happen. The story runs like this, that a king from across the narrow sea, having taken all of England by force of arms, came to mistrust his new and sullen subjects, gathering close together after dark, and so ordered a bell to be rung in every place each evening. At its sound, the tale says, every household must cover its fire, and put out every light, and go obediently to its bed, watched and hushed, and made to keep still. A curfew of country quieted by one tolling bell. It is a tidy story, the kind that sits neatly and pleasingly in the mouth, and for a very long time it was told and retold as though it were plain history. But the tidiest stories are so often the ones that never happened at all, or never happened at all. Fires were being covered, and bells were being rung to market across the whole broad north of the world, long before any conqueror ever set his foot on English ground. The custom was older than the crown. The custom needed no king to command it into being. A careful writer, looking hard into the matter in the 19th century, could find no early record anywhere that laid the curfew at the conqueror's door. The charge, he judged, had been added on much later, without any warrant at all from the old chronicles that ought to have carried it. And when you sit inside the custom, as you are sitting inside it now, wrapped in the warm dark of it, the whole story falls quietly away of its own accord. No village on earth needed to be commanded to do this thing. The bell, if any bell rang at all in the distance, said nothing new to any. It only said aloud, in the cold air, what every single house already knew in its hands and in its bones, that the light had burned low, that the day was spent to its end, that it was time now to cover the coals. A king's command explains nothing here. The long dark explains it. The old patient habit of a people who wished, above all, to wake in the morning to warmth. That explains it entirely. Beneath their soft gray coat, they pass the whole of the night in a slow, dim, unhurried patience, giving out almost no light at all, a deep, dull orange, fainter even than the very last color left draining from the evening sky, showing itself only if you draw the ash carefully. So let the story go, gently, the way you would let go of a thought at the edge of sleep, and come back to the coals themselves, for they are the true keepers of this hour, and always were. Aside and lean your face down close. There is no flame. What the household wants, and what it has learned to make, is the very opposite of flame. Heat without hunger. A fire slowed almost to the edge of sleeping, spending itself so gently, so sparingly, that a single evening's coals can carry their small warmth clear and unbroken. Flame is a greedy thing. Flame would eat the night's whole store of wood by the middle of the dark, and leave the morning cold and gray and bitter. Through to the first gray light of day, not enough to see by, not nearly, not the shape of your own hand held up before your face, but enough, if you wake and turn your head towards it, to tell you where the hearth lies, where the warm center of the house is, where heat still waits should the cold come pressing too. In the black of the closed room, this is the only light there is, hard against you before the morning. A faint red seam in the dark, low down to the floor, steady and even as slow breathing. The sleepers do not see it. Their eyes are long closed. their faces turned in toward the warmth of one another under the coverlet. But it is there all the same, minding itself, holding its low, dull color, while the wind works and worries at the thatch overhead and the cooling timbers tick softly in the frame of the house. The room is dark, and yet the room is not quite lightless. There is always this one small ember, glow at the middle of it, quietly seeing the night through, hour by patient hour. A plain dome of fired clay, unglazed, rough to the hand, with a small hole worked carefully into the very top of it, set down over the heaped coals, the way you might set a lid over a pot. It held the embers close together and let only the thinnest possible thread of air creep. Some houses had a made thing for this work, though a poor cottage rarely did. In through that one hole above, a fire cover, the very object the word itself describes, Couvre-Feu, made solid and holdable, earthenware standing in the place of ash. In the cottages of the village, there was no such thing. Here, the cold ash alone did all the work, drawn over the coals with the end of a stick or the flat edge of a hand and smoothed down. But the idea beneath it was one and the same, whether shaped in clay or drawn in ash, to shut the fire's hungry mouth without ever quite stopping its breath. To keep it just barely, patiently alive there in the dark, banked low and quiet, and waiting for the hands that would wake it once in the long night. Perhaps someone wakes and tends it, not out of any worry, only out of the old settled habit of hands that have covered 100 fires and more. A shape lifts itself from the shared warmth of the bed, crosses the cold beaten floor on quiet feet, and crouches down at the hearth. The gray ash is drawn carefully aside, and, for a moment, only a moment, there is red light in the room. Red light on a face turned downward, on the rough weave of a smock, on the packed earth of the floor near the hearthstone, a warm and passing glow that reaches barely a single yard into the dark, and no further. Then a fresh coat of cold ash is laid gently back over the bared coals. The red seam narrows, and dims, and closes. The shape rises and turns, and goes back to the warmth of the others, folding itself in among them, and the room goes dark once more. 30 seconds of light, no more than that, in a night 12 long hours deep. That was the whole of it, the whole small tending of the fire. How does a single coal live so long on so little? Slowly, and by halves, and then by halves again. The wood at its heart has already given up its flame hours ago. What remains glowing there is charcoal, burning from within itself, so faintly now that the smallest breath of air is all it takes to keep it, and, buried as it is, all it ever gets. Beneath its gray coat, it can only smolder. The ash holds the greedy air well away and keeps the heat pressed close, so the coal loses itself by the gentlest degrees, spending an hour of dim glow for a mere knuckle of char. This was the quiet arithmetic every household kept faithfully, night after night, without once counting a figure or naming a sum. Cover too little, and the fire goes cold long before the dawn. Cover it too heavily, and you have wasted good wood that was hard to come by. The right heap, the right depth of ash, and the coals last out almost exactly the length of a night's sleep. 1,000 covered nights had taught the hands the measure of it, and the hands did not forget, not warming it. Quite, a single covered hearth cannot hold back an East Midlands winter, cannot turn a cold house warm, but softening the worst of the cold at the very center of things, taking the sharpest, most biting edge off the air, so that the shared bodies gathered close. And all through the night, that low-kept heat is doing its gentle, patient work in the room. Under one coarse coverlet, need only keep themselves through the dark and not fight the whole freezing weight of it alone. The children are laid to sleep nearest the hearth's remembered warmth. The oldest of the house, whose blood runs thin and slow, are given the warm place too, without anyone quite deciding it alone. It is a small and unspoken economy of comfort, worked out and refined over long lifetimes of cold nights, who sleeps where, and how close to whom, and under what. And there at the settled heart of it, spending itself away by the slowest of degrees, the covered fire gives out the last of the day's warmth quietly into the sleeping house. So the coals carry the whole of the night on their low, dull, and then, without any bell to mark it, without anyone lying awake to decide the moment, the sky beyond the drawn shutters begins to go from black to the very faintest thinning gray, and the household stirs slowly toward its first task of the day. For all the careful covering of it, all the ash drawn just so, all the measuring of the heap by hands that had learned it in the dark, all of that was only ever in patient service of this one gray moment, that the first person up in the cold of the morning need not stand. Which is, when you look at it plainly, the same task as its last of the night before, only turned gently around. The fire that was put to sleep must now be woken, not made anew, only woken. Shivering over cold, dead stone, with flint and tinder and failing fingers, but need only kneel and lean and coax, and let the kept warmth of yesterday quietly become the flame of today. It is done in 4 small motions, and they are the same 4 in every house along the lane. First, the gray ash is raked aside, the soft coat lifted carefully off the coals it has kept and guarded all night long. Then the live embers beneath are bared at last to the air they were held away from, and they answer the air at once, brightening under it from a dull sleeping orange to a clean, deep, waking red as the first cold breath of the morning reaches down and finds them. Then a little dry kindling is laid gently across them. Fine splints of wood, a loose handful of straw, a curl of dry bark, set down just where the heat rises fiercest. And then, last of all, breath, someone bends low to the hearth and blows, soft and steady and unhurried, once and again, until the kindling catches, and a small, clean flame stands itself up, where all the long night there had been only glow, rake, bear, feed, breathe. The fire has come back to the house, and no one struck it. No one had to. That was the whole quiet art of it, and the whole reason for all the ash and all the care. No one struck a fire who could keep one instead. To make a fire new, from nothing, was work, real work, and slow work at that, and not always work that came quickly or came at all on a cold and difficult morning. But to keep a fire was almost no work whatever, a well-made heap of coals, a smooth coat of cold ash drawn across, and a little patient breath at dawn. So every house kept its fire, the way you might keep some small living creature alive and breathing through the heart of the winter. Feeding it, just barely enough. Sheltering it, never once letting it slip away into the cold, if the letting could be helped. The hearth was seldom, if ever, truly and wholly cold. From the far-off day, a household had first struck it into being, in some season now beyond anyone's remembering. The fire had, in a manner of speaking, never once gone all the way out. It only slept, and woke, and slept again, night after quiet night. But fires do die, now and again, for all the care in the world. A heap covered too poorly in a tired moment, a thin draught worming its way through a broken shutter, a night grown colder and longer than the coals could ever hope to outlast, and someone wakes at last to a hearth gone gray and dead clean through, no red left in it anywhere. Strike the steel against the stone at just the right slant, and a spark flies off it, a single fleck of hot metal, no more than that, gone almost before it is seen. And if it lands true on the waiting charred cloth, it takes there, and it glows, and with a little straw and a... Then out from its corner comes the little kit every prudent house kept ready against just this kind of morning. A good sharp shard of flint, a curved striker of hardened iron worn smooth by the hand, and a scrap of scorched linen cloth kept carefully dry in a small closed box. Little breath, it becomes a flame again. Fiddly, patient work, all of it done by touch in the dark. A valued little kit, this one, but always a last resort. There was almost always an easier way. A single live coal, lifted glowing from a hearth that still held one to spare, and carried carefully, carried slow, across the frozen yard or down the dark lane in a covered pail or an old iron pot, cupped close against the reaching wind, breathed on softly now and then too. For if your own fire had failed you in the night, your neighbors, most likely, had not. And so, in the thin gray of a cold morning, one of the oldest and quietest kindnesses the village knew passed gently from door to door along the lane, the borrowing of fire. Keep its red alive, and set down at last in a cold and lifeless hearth to begin the whole day again. No one grudged the giving of it. Fire was the one thing every house alike possessed, and the one thing any house on any night might lose, and to share out a single coal cost the giver nothing at all but the small trouble of the carrying. Tomorrow, after all, it might be your own hearth gone gray and cold, and your own feet crossing the yard to a neighbor's door in the pale. Picture, if you will, that small gray errand, a figure wrapped close against the cold, moving slow and careful along the lane, so as not to lose the precious ember to the wind, one cupped hand shielding a small lidded pot of plain earthenware, and inside it, held safe, a single. It would be blown back to life in the cold, dead hearth of the house that needed it, fed with kindling, coaxed with breath, and by the time the whole household had risen and stirred, there would be flame again, and warmth again, and the day begun after all. The day begun. Glowing coal, red and quietly breathing, the whole warmth of a new day's fire carried in a thing no larger than a walnut. A borrowed fire, once, on a neighbor's plain kindness, carried in an old pot through the gray. Such mornings left no record anywhere. No one ever thought to write down the single coal that crossed the lane in the cold. But it crossed, in one village or another, on more gray mornings than anyone living or dead could ever hope to count. But all of that is morning's business, and morning is still some good way off yet. A long stretch of dark lies between here and there. For now the fire is kept, the coals dim and safe and untroubled beneath their smooth gray coat, and the whole house lies deep in the middle part of its night. So let the borrowing, and the striking of the flint, and the 4 small waking motions all wait quietly where they belong, down at the far end of the dark, past hours you have not yet crossed. come back into the room instead, where nothing at all needs doing yet, where there is nothing asked of anyone. The sleepers have not stirred. Their breathing has found its slow, even rhythm once again, the deep, unhurried one that the wind out over the thatch almost seems to keep its own soft time with. The coals hold their low, dull color, faithful in the dark. The night is nowhere near over. It only turns, quietly, gently, somewhere past its middle now, over toward the second and the longer of the two sleeps. There is straw beneath them, and the smell of it rising up, dry and dusty and faintly sweet. There is coarse dark wool laid over them, heavy and rough and warm, and there is the small pale fog of their breath, rising and thinning and vanishing in the cold, still air above. Bodies close together, folded in among one another, as they have been on every single night of every life ever lived in this house. A parent, a child, a grandmother with her thin blood, a servant bundled down at the foot of the bed, all of them warm for the plain reason that, and over all of them the low dark roof, its underside blackened with the drifting smoke of 1,000 covered fires, and beyond the barred shutters the long unresting wind, and beneath them all, at the still heart of the house, the kept coals, glowing quietly on and on toward A. Lean close, if you like, to where they lie sleeping, coverlet, over and over, all night long. They are near. No one lies apart here. No one would ever wish to. Morning that is yet a long, long way off. So we leave them there, the whole sleeping village of them. House beside dark house all along the lane, each one with its shutters drawn fast and its door barred from within, and its coals kept low and living against the coming of the dawn. Nothing is happening in any of them, and nothing is meant to. This is not a night for happenings. This is the hour the old word was first made to carry. Couvre-Feu, the covered fire, the day folded up and put safely away, and the word has done its quiet work. And so have the patient hands that heaped the coals and drew the gray ash across them, and then lay down. Now there is only the sleeping left to do, in bed after bed, house after house, the ordinary quiet, everyday miracle of it, warm bodies gathered close, a kept fire glowing low, the long dark holding and rest. Stay with them a while longer, in the warm of it. There are more beds yet to look in on, more sleepers still, more low rooms full of breathing, before this long medieval night is finally, gently through. Come back once more to the lane, and stand a while at the edge of the sleeping village, and let your eyes settle into the dark. The moon has climbed past the church tower and lies now along the long backs of the roofs. Thatch after thatch, low and humped and dark, each one with its household folded up inside it. Nothing moves along the whole row. No door stands open, every door is barred from within. No shutter gapes, every shutter is drawn fast against the cold, and under each of those dark roofs there is a bed, and in each bed the warm and ordinary weight of people asleep, breathing, turning, dreaming, giving off their heat to one another in the dark. You cannot see them from out here. You can only know that they are there, the way you know a fire is still alive by the warmth of the stones around it. So let us go in softly now, house by house, past the barred doors and the closed shutters, and look at how a village lies down for the night. On how, one roof at a time, it sleeps, The first house is the poorest in the row, and its bed is the oldest kind of bed there is. Loose straw heaped up on the beaten earth floor, and over the straw a length of coarse cloth to lie on. Nothing more. The word for such a mattress was pallet. And pallet comes from pal, the French for straw. So the name itself remembers what the thing is made of. It is the harvest field, brought in out of the weather and laid down to be slept upon. Lower your face toward it, and it smells of the barn, of dry dust, of the summer it was cut in, and faintly of the herbs that were strewn through it at reaping to sweeten it. A body has lain down in the middle of it and pressed its own long hollow into the heap, so that the straw keeps the shape of a sleeper even under the cover. It gives a little as the weight comes onto it. It shifts and whispers and settles, and then it holds quite still, and the one who lies in it sinks the last small distance down into sleep and does not move again. Across the head of the bed lies the bolster, one long, firm cushion, stuffed hard and running the whole width of the bed, so that every head that shares it may rest upon the same low ridge. In a grander house than this, it would be filled with soft goose. Down here it is packed with chaff, or the waste combings of wool, or more straw pressed tight into a sleeve of coarse tow linen, until it is nearly as hard as a rolled cloak. Hard as it is likely the most valued single thing in the whole room. A bolster was a possession worth naming in a will, worth leaving by name to a son or a daughter, worth handing carefully down from one sleeping generation to the next. 3 heads lean along it now, side by side, and turn different ways. One fallen sideways toward a shoulder, one tipped back with the mouth a little open, one burrowed down so that only the hair shows above the cloth. The tow linen has gone soft and gray, with years and years of this. None of the 3 heads stirs. The bolster holds them all along its length, the way it has held so many before them, and will hold so many after. In the middle of the bed, in the warmest place there is, between the grown bodies that give off their heat from either side, the children sleep. This is where the small ones always lie, folded in, tucked between, sheltered on both sides, and breathed over all the night long. No one in this house has ever slept alone, and no one in it has ever wished to. Solitude at night is not something anyone here has lost, because it is not something anyone here has ever had. Warmth is a thing you share. In this house, the way you share the bread on the board and the roof over your heads, there is enough of it only because it is pooled. One child has worked an arm loose from under the cover in its sleep, the way children do, and the small bare arm lies out in the cold air of the room. And a larger hand, a mother's or an older sister's, moves without its owner waking, finds the child's arm by long habit in the dark, and folds it gently back down under the heavy wool, and settles again and sleeps on. Not a word is spoken. Nobody truly wakes. It is done in sleep, and forgotten in sleep. Over them all lies the coverlet, a shaggy, thick-piled weave of coarse wool, greasy still with the oil of the fleece, and heavy the way wet. Wether wool is heavy. An old household inventory, setting down a family's goods one by one, would have a word for a cover like this, a dagswain. It is not fine, and it was never meant to be. It has covered this same family through winter after winter, laid over the same shoulders as the children grew, and the old grew older, and it will cover them for years more before it is finally too worn to keep the cold out at all. there is only the faint red breathing of the covered coals across the room, rising and dimming, too weak by far to lay any color on the wool, but just enough, when it lifts, to show the low country of the cloth, the slow hills of it rising and falling. In its deep, rough pile, the light of the open fire would once have caught, evening after evening, and turned it amber. There is no such light now, rising and falling over the sleepers breathing beneath. The man of this house sleeps as most men in the row are sleeping tonight, in the same plain linen smock he wore through all the hours of the day. Shirt for the daylight, and shirt for the dark. In a house as small and as plain as this one, there is no separate garment kept only for the night, and no one has ever thought there should be. The linen is soft with long wearing and washing, gone the color of weak milk, and it is warm now with the heat of the body inside it. He lies on his side, one knee drawn up toward his chest, one arm under the hard bolster, and his breath comes long and slow and even, in and out, with a small catch at the top of each one. Whatever the day laid on him, the cold field, the beast to be seen to, the aching back, the thing left undone until tomorrow, he has set the whole weight of it down at the door of sleep and picked none of it up again. He is not thinking, he is not waiting for anything. The house has closed its arms around him and holds him and lets him rest along one edge of the window. The wooden shutter does not quite meet its frame, and through that one thin gap a single blade of moonlight has found its way into the room. It lies now across the beaten earth floor, pale and colorless and thin as a reed of the marsh, laid down flat on the dark ground, and it moves. It has come in over the low threshold and reached the foot of the bed and touched the very edge of the cover, and now it begins the long, silent journey it makes across this floor on every clear night of the year, from the one wall to the other, patient as the moon that casts so slowly that the eye can never catch it in the act of moving. You look, and it is here. You look away and look back and find it a hand's breadth further on than it was, as though it had crept while your eyes were turned. It, while the whole house lies asleep, and no one sees it come and no one sees it go. It is the only thing in all the room that is traveling anywhere. Here, in the warm middle of this bed, one sleeper has worked free of the day's smock altogether, and lies bare against the wool, skin to the rough cloth, as a great many did on any night. There was never a rule about it, only the plain comfort of the body and the warmth of the Not everyone in the row sleeps in their clothes. Shared bed to decide the matter. A single shoulder shows above the edge of the cover, pale in the near dark, and the coarse greased wool lies against the bare skin of it, and that is all there is to see. It rises slowly and falls slowly and rises again, long and deep and unhurried, the breath of a body gone all the way down into the deepest floor of sleep, past dreaming and past hearing, into the still place where it lets go of everything it was carrying and simply floats. The room is far too dark for any more than that. The eye is given a shoulder and a fold of rough cloth, and then the dark quietly takes the rest. But the one shoulder tells you enough, warm in the dark, away from the ash, blanketed fire. The air of the room is cold, truly cold, the deep, damp cold of an East Midlands night with the winter coming on. Above the bed, where the sleepers breathe out into it, You could almost see the warmth leaving them, a faint fog on each slow breath, hanging a moment and then gone. Had there only been light enough in the room to show it. The cold gathers in the corners and lies in a still pool along the beaten earth floor, and creeps in at the draught under the door, and owns the whole room but one small part of it. All the warmth there is has been made in the bed, and is kept in the bed, made by the bodies, and kept by the bodies and the heavy wool laid over them. This is the whole reason they lie so close, tangled in against one another. Apart, they would each be cold, and together they are warm. Under that one cover, in the middle of the heap of them, it is very nearly summer. A single hand's reach beyond the edge of it. The air is the bare turning year itself, going down slowly toward its longest and its darkest nights. Nearest the hearth, where the last of the warmth from the covered fire still just reaches across the floor, the old man of the household has his place. He sleeps lightly, the way the very old so often do, never quite going all the way under, but rising now and then toward the surface at some small sound of the house, a settling of the coals, a child's murmur, the wind changing its note in the thatch and then loosing his hold. No one ever decided it aloud, and no one ever will. Age is simply given the warm corner, year by year, as a matter too plain to need any saying, and the old man takes it now as he gave it once to someone older than himself, on it and sinking down once more. His hands are folded together on the wool over his chest, the fingers thick and bent with a long lifetime of the fields. The faint red glow of the fire reaches him and finds the deep lines of his face and holds them a moment in dim relief. And then the coals settle a little lower in their gray covering, and the light draws back and the dark comes quietly over him again and lets him be. The fire itself is not out. It is never willingly let go out, not in a house that can help it. Raked together into a low heap in the middle of the hearth and covered over with a gray coat of its own cold ashes. The coals hold their heat all through the night, starved of the air they would need to climb back up into flame. Here and there a small draught crossing the floor bears a patch of them, and for a moment that patch glows a dull living red, then the gray settles back over it, and it dims once more and waits. There is no flame left in it, and almost no light to speak of, only heat, hoarded and held and kept alive the easy way through all the long dark, so that in the gray of the morning the new day's fire may be coaxed gently awake out of this old one with a little kindling, and a thin thread of warmth rises off the whole heap, straight up into the black unseen roof. Little breath, and never has to be struck cold from flint and steel. No one who can keep a fire will ever trouble to make one. And so it keeps its low heat, and holds it close, and breathes very slowly in the dark, hour upon hour. A small live warmth hidden at the middle of the cold dark house that will still be glowing, low and red, when the household wakes. Look up now, from where a sleeper lies, into the dark that hangs above the bed. The great roof beams cross each other up there, and they are black, black with the smoke of many winters of fires, soot laid on soot, until the very grain of the wood is gone under it. And above the beams, higher still, the underside of the deep thatch, blackened in the same slow way, a low dark sky of its own, holding the day's small warmth in against the hard frost that is settling now on the far side of it. There is no chimney anywhere in this house to carry the smoke up and out. The smoke of the hearth simply rises and gathers and wanders along under the roof, and soaks year upon year into the reeds overhead, curing them slow and black and keeping the rot from them. A sleeper has looked up into that same low dark ceiling on 10,000 nights of his life. He knows it the way he knows the back of his own hand, every beam, every hanging shadow, and he could tell you, waking blind in the middle of the night, exactly where in the whole world he was, only by the shape of the dark over his face, on the wall, in the deeper dark, where the faint red glow of the coals barely reaches at all. The tools of the day hang waiting on their pegs. A sickle, its curved blade catching the least thin edge of light, a coil of rope, a woven basket, a rope halter for the beasts, looped over a wooden peg. In the daylight, these are the whole business of being alive in this place, cutting, carrying, binding, leading, and hands reach for them without a thought 100 times over. The room has put its labor away for the night, the way a tired body lets its arms fall slack at its sides, and every last thing in it, the tools, the pot, the low stool at the cold end of the hearth, rests exactly where it was set down, and keeps its place and waits for the... But in the night, they are only shapes on a wall, hung quite still, and they are asleep in their own way, as much as the people are. Nothing in the house will call for a single one of them until the light comes back and the work of the world begins again. Morning, without any impatience at all, crossed the dark yard now, to the house next along the row, a household a little better off than the first. This is a family that brews its own ale, and keeps a beast or two of its own, and out of that small surplus has come a small luxury, a low wooden bedstead, a plain frame of pegged timber, lifting the bed a hand's height up off the cold and the damp of the earthen floor. To sleep lifted up off the ground, away from the floor, cold and the floor draught and the small things that move in the night straw, is a real wealth in a place like this, a thing a poorer neighbor might notice and quietly wish for, and this household has it, and sleeps the... On the frame lies a tick stuffed with straw, and over the tick a sheet of coarse hemp cloth, rough but whole, and over that the same shaggy weight of wool as everywhere else in the village. Sounder for it. Two lie along the bed here, head to the shared bolster, and a third crosswise at their feet, warming them there, and the frame beneath the three of them, well made and well seasoned, does not so much as creak the whole night through. It is the plain arithmetic of any crowded house. Whoever comes last to the warmth sleeps furthest from it, and the newest and the youngest and the least are bedded down by the cold door. And no one resents the reckoning, least of all the one who sleeps there, because everyone in, near the barred door of this better house, down on the floor, a servant or some young kinsman taken in for his keep, has made himself a bed out of very little, a cloak to lie on, and a spare length of wool to pull over. The room slept by that door once in their turn. He has drawn the cloak up over his head against the thin draught that slides in under the door and along the floor to find him, and he lies curled in on himself, knees drawn up to his chest, wound into a tight, dark bundle in the dark. Only the slow rise and fall of the wool over him shows that there is a living boy inside it at all. He is warm enough where he is. He is deep asleep, and he is dreaming, most likely, of nothing at all that he or anyone else will ever trouble to remember when the light comes. Somewhere low down in the loose straw of the floor, a mouse is awake and about its business, the one small industry of the whole sleeping house, going quietly on while everything larger than itself lies still. You can just hear it if you hold your own breath, a dry threading sound between the stalks, a pause, a small rustle, another pause, as it works its slow way along under the edge of the bed. It means no harm to anyone, and no one means any to it tonight. The cat, if this house keeps a cat, is curled up warm by the covered coals with everyone else, and lets the little traveler pass. For a moment, the tiny stir of the mouse in the straw is the loudest thing in all the dark room, louder than the wind outside, louder than the breathing. And then it stops. The little creature holds quite still, or slips away into the wall, and is gone. And the long, slow, overlapping breathing of the sleepers closes back over the silence it leaves behind, gently, without a ripple. The way still water closes over a small stone, let quietly down into it, and smooths itself again, and is dark and whole once more. You can hear them from the house, if the wind happens to lie the right way and carries the sound of them over, a heavy hoof shifting its weight on the packed earth of the floor, the long, slow pull of a great breath drawn in and let go. Now and then, the soft, blunt knock of a. Across the yard from the house, standing quite on its own in its own low building. For here in this lowland country, the beasts do not share the family's roof, but are housed a few steps away, apart. The buyer holds the oxen through the cold of the night. Horn against a wooden post as one of them leans and settles. They stand in their own warmth over there, as the family stands in its warmth over here, patient beyond any telling, a wall of dark and heavy bodies breathing in the straw, and the long night is nothing at all to them. They have stood through 100 like it. 2 low roofs, then, on either side of the one dark yard, the deep thatch of the house and the plank and timber of the byre, each with its own warm sleeping life folded up inside it, breathing out into the cold, breathing toward each other across the little distance between. The entire row lies there before you in the dark. House after house after house, each one shut fast for the night, each with its barred door and its covered fire holding low, and its one warm bed full of the heavy tangled weight of people sleeping, and in between the houses. Step back out into the lane again, and stand and take in the whole of it at once. The dark kitchen, gardens, and the empty yards, the wells and the fences and the bare autumn beds, all of it given over to the night. Not one window along the whole row shows a light. There is no light in the village left to show. Every last flame has been covered or put out, and the only fire burning anywhere is the hidden low red of the coals behind the walls. The whole place has closed itself up for the night. Slowly, the way a hand closes when sleep takes it, every finger folding softly in toward the palm. And what little warmth there is in all this cold, dark country tonight is every scrap of it indoors, behind the shut doors and the drawn shutters, gathered close and hoarded and shared out body to body in the beds. It has left the foot of the bed far behind it. It has traveled the whole width of the room, while no one lay watching, one slow reed of pale light creeping across the dark earth, and now it has reached the far wall, and lies thin along the foot of the daub, and has begun to. Back inside the first house, the poorest one, the blade of moonlight, has very nearly finished its long crossing of the floor. Climb up the rough plaster, a little higher each time you look, and paler each time too, thinning and fading as the moon outside rides slowly down the western sky. Soon, it will climb the last of the way and slip up over the sill of the gap it first came in by and be gone, and the room will be left wholly to the dark and to the one dull red hint of the covered coals across the floor. It has crossed the whole of that room without a single sound. It has measured the dark hours out from the one wall to the other, quietly and plainly, and not one soul in the house has woken to read it, or ever had the least need to. At first it runs quite out of step, a dozen separate rhythms with nothing to hold them to one another. The old man breathing slow and shallow in his corner, a small child breathing quick and light in the middle of the bed, the man of the house breathing long and deep and even. Listen, now, with all the quiet the room has to give, to the breathing of the whole house together, the servant by the door slower still, a soft, loose tangle of it, crossing and recrossing in the dark, no two of them the same. But stay in the room a while, and listen, and something happens that no one in the bed has willed, or even knows about. Little by little the breaths begin to draw toward one another. They begin to fall in, to answer, to keep a kind of time, until, for a long, slow spell, the whole bed is rising and falling very nearly as one, a single quiet tide of sleep flooding and ebbing through the one warm room. And then, as gently as they gathered, they loosen and drift apart again into their separate measures, and it does not matter in the least. Together or apart, they sleep. Outside, and above it all, the church tower stands where it has stood for lifetimes of these sleepers and their fathers before them, a low, square shoulder of gray stone, darker even than the dark sky behind it, the one tall thing lifted up over the huddle of low roofs. No bell moves in it tonight. There is no reason for one to move. The tower is only itself in the deep of the night, a still mass of stone against the faint stars, marking the middle of the sleeping place, the way a cairn marks the middle of a moor. It is the thing you would steer yourself by if you had for some reason to cross the dark village from one end of it to the other. Find the tower, and you know at once where you are. Around its foot, the graves of the long dead lie quiet under their grass, settled and untroubled, and all around them, a stone's throw off in every direction, the living lie just as quiet under their thatch, breathing where the dead do not. And the old tower stands over both alike, the living under their roofs and the dead under their grass, quiet itself, letting the whole long night go by without a sound. Not many of them. The damp autumn air is never clear, the way a hard winter sky is clear, and it lets only the brightest of them through, but enough, even so, to lay the thinnest silver over the wet thatch, and to catch on the first frost that is forming now along the garden. The cloud has thinned toward the middle of the night, drawing back off the sky a little, and over the dark ragged line of the roofs a field of faint stars has come slowly out, rails and the tops of the fences. They shine down on the sleeping roofs of the village exactly as they shone all the long summer down on the standing corn and the open fields, far off, and cool and calm and caring nothing either way, and the whole village sleeps on quietly beneath them. Why gaze on the cold deep in it. The stars wheel overhead so slowly that no one alive could ever feel them turning. They only stand there in their places and shine. There is no one out under them to look up and see. Warm, dark houses, and never once looks up to know that they are there. And so, the whole village lies there under its deep thatch and breathes. Every house along the row, a warm, dark room, every warm room, its one bed, every bed its close tangle of sleepers, turned in toward one another and toward the middle out of the plain old wisdom of the coal. The night wind moves along the tops of the roofs and stirs the thatch a little and moves on and finds nothing anywhere that it can wake. The covered fires hold their low red heat behind the walls, house after house of them, raked low and breathing slow. The beasts stand dreaming on their feet in the dark byres across the yards. The moon slips lower and lower down the western sky, drawing its pale light off the land as it goes. And there is nothing in all that long dark sleeping row that wants anything more of the night than exactly this, to lie warm, and to lie close, and to lie still, together under one roof and one cover apiece, until the far-off coming of the light. And the light will come. Not yet. There are hours of the dark still to go, deep and cold and unhurried. But it will come, in its own time and of its own accord, with no one to call for it and no one to carry it in. The morning is nobody's errand, and it never has been. Somewhere far off, beyond the black edge of the fields, the sky will begin, very slowly, to go from black to the thinnest gray, and somewhere in a hedge a first bird will stir, and try its small voice, and fall quiet, and try again. When at last it comes, they will every one of them still be sleeping, the children folded warm between the groan, the old man in his place by the low red coals, the servant curled by the door, the beasts standing in the byre, the whole quiet row of them breathing on and on under. And none of it, not the graying sky, not the waking bird, not the slow return of the colors to the world, will wait upon the waking of one single soul in all the village, their dark roofs. And the night will thin and pale and go all on its own, unhurried and unhelped, and bring them, uncalled and unbidden, and still deep in their sleep, the morning that needs no one at all.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.